Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back in our Siberia Gulag challenge run after a death wave. Let's see if this holds. I am wondering if I overbuild my amount of houses. I'm definitely not going to expand any more housing here after this one. This one was the new one. I'm considering building another heating plant away from the city to pump the heating into the, well, the village, not city. But let's get this research done, if possible. What are we going to do today? Well, last time we started our sawmill, which is making a tiny bit more profit, ever so slightly. But it doesn't transport the wood as quickly anymore, so we might have to get more train cars involved or split up the trains. If I want to split up the trains, then I have to build the other train track to the other storage and build this train track to this storage from the back. Or just let them drive in from the front, but yeah, then I probably need a passing track. If we run into the situation next winter that our heating is insufficient, then it's already being affected at -23. That is really not great. I'm thinking of like bulldozing one house. Because I think we have enough room right now to relocate everyone into existing houses, maybe? 78 citizens. We have 10, 69. Yeah, we have enough room. Could demolish one house and rebuild it once we have our new heating plant set up. It would also significantly help with the pollution, reducing the pollution in the area. And we could share a heating plant between the two settlements, which then also means that Neuer Kast could have a lot more workers. Making sure that the prison is always fully staffed, if necessary. I think I'm going to make the decision on upgrading the heating. I don't think small heating plants are sustainable for us. Now this one will be shared between the two settlements with direct connections. With two heat exchangers will be at 2/3 capacity. And then we have a lot more ability to build like houses, especially here. I am wondering if I should put a heat pumping station here and then use small heat exchangers dotted around instead of like plopping one large heat exchanger down. A heat pumping station going into small heating pipes, connecting the existing heat exchangers, placing another one on this side close to the existing heating plant, and then that would be our 3 heat exchangers. That could work. That way we could use our existing infrastructure without having to rebuild the heat exchanger. Yeah, it probably also was the issue. The death spiral also probably happened because of the maintenance of the heating plant exactly during the coldest days of winter. Now if I were to build it, it has to be somewhere here. Probably this place is the best. Can flatten out an area to place it in. It is going to be super janky with the railroad, but that is the way we are building things. Yeah. Not sure about... I mean, there was supposed to be a train track going around this to be able to enter from the back. If we have a long train to not stand around here. That train could come from like this direction, go uphill along this side, enter from here. And if we need like a dedicated coal storage, we could plan for that on this side somewhere. But since the heating plant is so close to the border, in the beginning we should be able to supply it, I think. So yeah, I'm not gonna have a train track from this side going up here. It would come from this junction, I think. So we're gonna retrofit a large heating plant into our settlements to get the stability and also reduce the unhappiness issues, because a lot of people get unhappy, and we spend over 300k recovering from the death spiral, and that is not something we can keep doing over and over. I think like this is fine. It will have electricity, water, sewage and heating already connected. We'll set up the heat exchanger, heat pumping station I mean. And then we'll need another heat exchanger, probably a small heat exchanger somewhere behind those buildings. This would be a nice place for it, but that's a small one, yeah. So one here. I mean, if this one... This is 170 meters from an existing heat exchanger. I don't know, this has a heat exchanger right next to it, yeah. One here, and one this housing section. This one would become more developable for more housing, if we don't run into heating issues. Make it safe. Heating capacity wise, this thing should be like super strong. Just for making it look like they would build it in real life, not directly over existing infrastructure, but maybe along a road. I have no idea if that is actually what they would do. And then small heating pipes in the city. Let's see if this is in range. Yeah, that's easy. Okay, yeah, that's right. That is super easy in range. Alright, so we'll build all of this. We'll build the heating plant. We'll supply it with coal. In the future, maybe buy a train with like 2 train cars. But more importantly, we need a storage and a conveyor engine in between. Then we can supply the storage with like trucks for now. Probably a single truck. Okay, so this should hopefully make us winter-proof next year. And the same thing would apply here. This could turn into a larger settlement. We could consider supplying workers to the industries, like the excess workers of this area could be... No, we can't, we need prisoners. What am I talking about? Well, I guess the excess workers could run a domestic gravel production and a rail construction office from this area, together with the settlement that we wanted to have for this industry. Maybe together they could run a large prison. Or these workers could run into the prison here to work there, I guess. And we will set up the settlement after, I guess. We'll see. This one is supposed to have also a heat pumping station. And we would set up small heat exchangers around the perimeter. This is going to be costly. I hope it will stabilize us through winter. I'm just gonna say, like, take out a loan. I just don't want to worry about running out of money right now, so while I'm planning especially. So maybe we can fit a heat exchanger here? Nope, it's too large. One over next to the existing heating plant sounds good. And a second one, because this one outputs 200 cubic meters. Probably one on this side. And then we have room for a third one if we wanted to. Need a heat pumping station. I don't know if I want to use this road permanently as a connection here. It's a very flat area. Residential development could happen on that side. This one deals with all of these buildings, so yeah, I guess we will set up the heat pumping station here and then see where we would need to set up the last heat exchanger. It has electricity, small heating pipes. I'll dig them into the ground a little bit. I think that reduces their heat, like their temperature drop, but I haven't tested that yet in detail. I did look at it once by comparing to similarly length heating pipes, and it seemed to have an effect. And large heating pipe from this building. And I guess that's like the most this thing can do. We will be able to use the full capacity of both these setups. So 600 cubic meters should be doable. Sorry, 300 cubic meters should be doable. And we have a lot of spare capacity inside the heating plant itself to keep those filled. Especially since we're pumping with a large pump here and then distributing it with small pumps. This should have a lot of extra heating capacity. But yeah, we need to get this set up this year. This is the plan, I think. It's going to be very expensive because of all the steel cost. But what can you do? We would have to repopulate our settlements. It wouldn't be any cheaper anyway. And then maybe later on a conveyor engine, coal storage, train track off of this setup, going into the back of the the wood loading station, and also a secondary line for the coal delivery next to the storage. But I think it's going to be fine to deliver with trucks. Especially, I should set up a storage, right? This thing could eat through coal quite quickly. But the storage is going to be even more expensive. Which I think is going to be fine. I just talked about how replacing workers would be more expensive, so let's live by that logic. We'll need electricity here. We'll need it anyway for the coal unloading station. Oh, I connected the heating plant with asphalt. Sure, I guess. It's so important. It deserves that. We'll use one of the new old storages with all the fancy connections. Then truck deliveries would arrive from this road. I still need a road connection through this anyway, which I can get through here, I think, for the train station. Yeah. So we'll be able to run a road through that way. I mean, I guess we could make that our main road connection for this area. Ah, it's facing the wrong way. I need to look at the road connection. That way, please. That'll do. And then yeah, later on we can fit a train station in here. A small aggregate unloading station for trains. But for the beginning, truck delivery should be fine. Then we'll get the pollution out of this settlement, the pollution out of this one, concentrated here. We're still doing the pollution research, but I'm not going to wait until next year and risk spending another 300,000 trying to avert a crisis. I'm gonna make a decision right now to try and boost our standard of living and our average life expectancy by getting the pollution out of the settlements. Okay, this will also need electricity, might as well plan it, and then it should be set up. This will allow us to connect the train through here, even after the fact. And then we just gotta hook up the power line. That should deal with coal. And the delivery of coal. So we have an early warning system. If this one runs out, we get a message. And then the coal inside the heating plant is the time we have to try and resolve the issue. I think a lot of our prisoners also died. Ten escapes, we had like 70, so 10 escapes does not account for all of the losses right now. Well, we're gonna have this research done soon, and then the students can go back to getting an education. After the heating plant is set up, we will probably plan for like a few extra houses here just to make this robust. So that we, well, I guess this is already robust, but more tutors in the orphanage would mean more children going into our quote-unquote system. So populating this with workers is kind of important. And we can have some houses here once the heating plant is gone. Wait. Yeah, you're picking up gravel not from the border anymore. Gravel comes from here. Hello, Jumai. Welcome. Okay, research program done, so pollution should now be reduced. Temperatures are quite high. We have a few months to set this up. Okay, prison is in 200 meters. That should be okay. Hopefully. Here's hoping. What about the wood? Yeah, we're not transporting it nearly fast enough. Might be time to set this up for 2 trains. I think that's probably going to be what will happen. I have to build the train track on this side. And 1 line through here. Then we'll have to reopen the rail construction office. We'll be building this track, please. All the way around. Through this construction, and then we can run them one after the other, with the train always waiting here until the next one arrives. Or if this one leaves, the other one will have to wait inside the station before it heads over. So 2 trains with 3 stations should be possible on a single track. We just need a little bit of extra space on this station, otherwise this would reduce the traffic flow quite significantly. And I don't want to have reduced traffic flow. We'll get our personal cars set up, remove the depot from them, and just launch them. They can bring workers to the rail construction office again. Okay, now they can study. They're focusing on those with the highest education level, so those that get a little bit of education will be prioritized. Some of them are outside the university hall, but they can move in after. After all of this is set up. Yeah, I hope it's gonna be better. Less pollution should also hopefully mean more happiness. Maybe a sustainable population growth would be nice, even at the low happiness that we have. But we will see. I still need my distribution offices. I need that third settlement, which would be the room to build the party HQ, the small university, plus get the research in that one. Okay. We'll tell people to go wherever they want again, because our highly educated workers are kinda stuck inside other tasks. And hopefully that's not gonna backfire with the heating plant. But it isn't winter anymore, so it should be okay. Man, so much micromanagement. Okay, that is all houses unassigned. They can go wherever they want. And as long as we have more than 7 people on average in the buildings, then the heating plant should have workers all the time. Hello Sigan. Had some hot snow? No, it's just so much snow that it takes a long time to melt away, I think. It has built up through winter and takes a while to go away, I guess. Gets really cold throughout the nights, even if the average temperature or the highest temperature is quite high. I don't know. Hopefully we're bringing enough gravel here now, or quarried stone to make gravel, without any interruption of work. I assigned another truck, a small one. Not too small, but, well, it isn't small, it's actually quite capable. Seems good, seems to be in good balance right now. That big heating plant for both towns? Yes. That's for both. With the option of having a rail connection on the back to supply coal to the storage for the heating plant from here. And then also that rail line would connect into the back of the wood loading station as an option. Okay, rail construction vehicle. I am, Cesarius. I am very addicted to that stock market game, but well, gotta keep going with workers and resources too. We have our challenge run. Also, I need to set the video live for the previous stream to go to YouTube. But yeah, I felt like gotta do some more of this and maybe some more stock exchange shenanigans later today. I also would like to do some sailing, but I guess we can't do everything. We'll probably need at least one passing track on this side in the middle of everything. And we want another pig locomotive. I could set up the other pig locomotive already, which I think I'm going to do, and that's just going to run wood export basically. I'll set that up. Until they both cycle to the you know, the sawmill. One of them can run exports, I guess. Two, 4, 6 train cars. Let's get it set up. We got new ones, I think. Oh god, no. Okay, well it's gonna sort itself out, it's fine. Cargo wagon. Yeah, definitely these, I think. Sure, let's go for 6. Wait, what? No, 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 no. Oh, are you kidding me? Idiot. Alright, you send workers to the bus stop and then this will not happen again. We need one house to send workers to the bus stop. That was a me mistake. Alright, see you. Abo? I don't, well, it's follow, but I don't have abos, but yeah, thank you. Otherwise we might have subscribed to someone different than me. Silly me. Almost another death spiral because of mismanagement. Okay. What? Wait. You need to be able to go here, and you say that is occupied because of this train track. It's kind of bad that you were waiting at that signal, though. I guess I allow trains to wait here, which is not correct anymore. These signals need to go away now. Caught it in time, yeah. Well, because there was a warning message for it, thankfully. One that I had enabled. Still. Guess this one? Why is this red? Why is this block red? Oh, because it's on its own block. There we go. Solved. Gotta pick up one more train car. Course with vehicle repairs. Yeah, we need to get rid of that signal. That one. So we're gonna have three trains running, including the rail construction vehicle. It should still work, I believe. That should go away once we have cases to replace the ones we missed. I will just leave it unchecked for now. Do I tear down the heating pipes now? Like these connections, indicating that this will be done in time. I think yes. So we'll hook these up to the heat pumping station, and we basically commit to that this will be done. Currently the heating plant can supply everything, but not when it's gonna be really cold. So we have to be done by then. I might have to allow our construction vehicles to pick up gravel from the border until then. Otherwise this is gonna be pretty painful. This settlement we are not as urgent with the completion of the construction, so this is gonna be low priority. To the point where I might actually like pause you so the excavator can go to a different construction site. New train with new train cars. Very expensive, but it's for making money, so it's fine. It's too long. Gotta get one train car removed. Can only be 100 meters while we run it from the front. One train car has to go into storage. That should be hopefully fine. We'll see. If not, we'll have to cut off another train car and maybe prioritize the connection from the back. Hopefully not. It looked like it was only one. Why was this train suddenly 6,000 instead of 4,000? Oh, wood price went up a bit. That seems neat. Sure. Yeah, that is fine. Okay, so these trains are going to be able to pass each other because this train will go onto this lane and then the other train can move out. And this train will wait until loaded, go to the sawmill, and the other train will move in, and it should work that way. I thought I already built that to asphalt, but I gotta redo the dirt roads and get this laid with asphalt, but later, not right now. Demolition. Hook this up. Once the gravel is used up, the rest of the construction should go quickly. We have like 3 months to go before the start of winter, and then 1 month before it gets really, really cold. Okay, more gravel. Hello UAID. Welcome. With the asphalt road vehicles here have a much harder time going through, it looks like. Especially since this is set up with dirt roads. The next settlement, the other settlement we're gonna do next winter, I think. I mean, once it's set up with the heat exchangers, we can shut this down. It can be done during winter as well, I guess. But this one has priority because it's basically a ticking time bomb. But I feel like we have enough time. Once the groundwork here is done, the excavators should focus on these heating pipes. With the resources already there. And then we need to bring coal to the heating plant after it's built up. The steel, bricks, boards and mechanical components shouldn't be a problem. Nice. Can cableways move wood or just aggregates and passengers? Waste? They can move waste and wood. There's waste cableway cars. What kind of mechanism or construction needed after excavator are done? I know road crane, what else? Just road cranes or tower cranes. Could be 5 road cranes in here basically. Oh, it's going quite well. Hello, Lee Hawkins Photo. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. I'll give you a shout out. How did your stream go? Making good progress, I hope. I was looking at you a little bit while I was in phone conferences for the whole day. And now the day's over and I'm on vacation for 1.5 weeks. Got fabric and water set up, nice. Water is really good. So you don't run into the issue of like water trucks at the customs house. Now on to farming, yes. Sounds sensible. We're spending half a year hoping that we have enough time to rework our heating setup. I think it can be done, but we will see. We're also using the glorious pick locomotives. One of them exports and one of them runs to the sawmill until we have the loop set up, then both are gonna do that. Farming is fun. You get like on average the same amount of resources as a well, a gravel production facility, but all during harvest season. We finally had cash, so you upgraded to a real locomotive? Rude. That is rude towards the pick locomotive. I can't believe you would say that on stream. All the pick locomotive fans are gonna hear you, then I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm going to take no responsibility for those statements. Okay. Picks are still... Ah, okay, so they're still doing stuff. But more important, like high priority cargo gets a slightly faster train. That makes sense. It's sensible. Well, we lost all of our prisoner workers, and I had to take a huge loan of like I spent a lot of money, 300k, to recover our settlement when we had our heating crisis of this winter. So not ideal. So this is why I'm currently working on upgrading the heating to make sure this is stable. And this heating plant is going to be really good for that because it can take over the heating of both villages and allow us to construct a little bit more so we can run into another heating crisis later on when we overbuild this as well. But since we're only using the capacity of like 2 connections instead of 3, it should be able to fully supply the heating to those buildings. And I believe in it. Yeah. Fabric factory is 1,000,000 miles compared to the others. Need so many more crops. Yeah. Enjoy the cold weather. Thank you. Have a good day. Thanks for the raid. I mean, I could send this train on the same route. There wouldn't be any problems, would there? No, I don't think so. I'm just gonna cycle and let the rail construction vehicle through every now and then into its own siding. What is the rail construction? Oh, it's missing gravel. Right, yeah. Rail construction currently does not have the priority, so that will have to wait. Almost done with the second to last construction phase. The penultimate construction phase, and then we'll finish the building, deliver coal, set up a bus route for workers. And we should be good. Now I think this would be a task for microbuses. 3 microbuses would do well, I think. Yes. Let's use these from Czechoslovakia. Alright, heating pipes seem to be almost done as well. Currently we have no road cranes available, so once we finish this construction then they can send the road cranes out. We'll see if that happens. And once the storage solution has been built, everything will be able to have a little bit of like a safety buffer. But yeah, profitability is currently not on the agenda. Stability is. Oh god, our total amount of money owed is gonna be over the amount we can borrow soon. We have to stabilize the Republic. They would probably build a turn and then have like switches. Not go into this and then go back into this. So this way our wood production will not be the bottleneck anymore, like the transportation will not be our bottleneck. We will always have trains available to transport resources. Sawmill also seems to be running nicely. Yeah, this shouldn't be dinging when the train is going this way, but I guess that's how it's set up for now. Once it goes around the whole setup, then this shouldn't be happening anymore either. All resources for the heating plant are present. We're brute force constructing the heat pumping stations and the heat exchangers with workers locally. Let me make things slightly more efficient by adding some more cheap road cranes. W50 road cranes for the win. Same situation here, we want to make sure that there's at least some people on the bus. You don't have to set what I do with the checkboxes unless you care about like only loading people with basic education. But then you could run into the situation where you might have no workers. And then we'll have to wait for the heating plant to be set up before we finish the line. And also deliver coal. Almost done. That'll do it. The electricity is already here, but for the storage conveyor engine and the future loading station we need the other electricity connection. That is not urgent right now though. What is urgent is that we bring coal into this building. And then I guess we can set up our bus route. And the truck for this heating plant would in the future deliver to the storage. But for now, the large heating plant. So we let the other heating plant's coal run out over time. So this winter might still be a little bit more polluting than normal, but the coal should also maybe not even last until winter. It's probably gonna last though. Heating pipes are ready. We need the workers now. And we need to tell them that they're supposed to go to the heating plant and use some line spacing. With everything set up functionally, I guess we're gonna redo the dirt roads here so that we can upgrade the other roads as well. One at a time. Our warehouse has also been built. This is for food storage. Clothing doesn't matter. We're producing our own fabric. We have our own storage. This is really only for food. I don't think any other resource is important. And what we're then going to do is tell this to fill this building up with food and then also be allowed to load food from here. So if there's anything like bad happening with the customs house, it should still be possible to go to this building. And in the future we can split up the tasks between two different distribution offices. One that is just responsible for local distribution and one that is like maybe global distribution, filling up the warehouses and then just leaving probably a small fuel storage nearby as well. Once we start setting up our own gas stations. Okay, the large truck I think I will tell to pick up coal from the current heating plant. And also, I guess, no, the better option is just to tell the distribution offices to load from here. There we go. Hello Hailstorm, welcome. Nope, we got some gravel in the rail construction office. And it moved out immediately with the tiny amount it had. Nice. Okay, now we got a decent amount. That's fine. It just needs to go into the rail construction office, I guess. Might be time to reuse this large truck for now. Oh no, you're doing construction work. The W50 dumper to fill the rail construction office. Sure. And it should be done by distribution office, so it doesn't get overfilled in case we do demolition work. I don't plan on doing any rail demolition though. Let me know when this one stops operating, and then we know it's out of coal and we can demolish it. Heating seems to work. Now, I could also just... I think the better idea would be to shut this heating plant down, leave some coal in it, and if we have a problem we can turn this on. For the first winter we're just gonna leave it set up this way, I think. And see what it looks like. Heating should hopefully now not be an issue anymore. But you never know. Profitable yet? No, we spent huge amounts of money to try and stabilize, to not have to spend 300,000 next winter for another death spiral. Hello, it's Simon. Welcome. Why did you go all the way there? What's wrong with... Do we not have a gas station nearby? I guess not. Gonna do the same for the other heating plant, just pause it, see if it works. After we have the heating pipe done. The other construction should finish, just the main heating pipe is the issue. Takes a lot of gravel. Okay, happiness going over 62. Maybe no pollution is gonna be good for the settlement. And more workers here, allowing us to get more children through the orphanage. If we can have 40 workers per shift in the orphanage, that would be a lot of extra children. Lots of extra population growth, but also lots of extra potential workers. You can build this again. Whoops. So in the future we'll probably have one train always doing boards, two trains probably doing wood, if one train isn't enough, but I think one train will be enough if it has a direct route and doesn't have to go through the customs house. It was enough to go to the customs house and back. The sawmill is slightly further away. If it is a long train, it's probably better. Better able to handle that. And then it can just go from here through, load, and then return. Could also make a train roundabout, but I'm not set up that way. But then again, I am, because I'm only using a single lane. It wouldn't work though. Not with a single lane on each turn. That doesn't make any sense. So our capacity is going to be at most, say 50%. I'm willing to go. 50 cubic meters per heat exchanger estimated. That should be doable. We tried pushing it and it was too much. No road upgrades during winter. I might even turn off line spacing. If you come back with workers, you can unload them, otherwise send as many workers as possible, as quickly as possible, to the heating plant, please. No slowing down necessary. Got our storage set up. Electricity will be available soon. Distribution offices can now fill the storage up. 50%. And you send your deliveries to this as well. Which means the distribution office will help until 50%, and then the other truck will fill it up over time. And this will start working once it has electricity. September we can do more road upgrades into the city. So this is not necessary anymore. Get a nice supply of food. Yeah, looks like this is running fine even without the other train track. Large heating plant stopped production because not enough workers. Where are the vehicles? Oh. Okay. Yeah, should not do that during winter. And maybe line spacing is a good idea because then we spread out the amount of workers. I should probably have an end station. Just for the most important routes. That way we can run line spacing, but not have the vehicles slow down, which is going to be really useful. This road connection should be straight because they're also turning right from it. Not curved. Not just the entrance matters, but also vehicles leaving. Well, we still have a month. It's already 0 degrees, and let's not risk it. I think it should be safe now. We will see during winter. And this one still takes a little bit to get hooked up, but we can shut down the other heating plant after as well. We should keep monitoring things. I guess we'll keep monitoring the internal temperature of the houses. If we notice a dip and it's not like the coldest temperature yet, we probably have to turn up the other heating plant. Low education. Okay, that is not great. So what you're saying is this one doesn't have highly educated workers to run the school, because they're all working in the clinic. So expensive, but yeah, have to do it. We get a little bit of money back for scrapping the other heating plants, but we spent a lot of money to making our republic safe. From an icy grave. Hopefully it worked. Once we notice a dip in building temperature, we can look at the ambient temperature and see if everything looks decent or if we are struggling to maintain our current setup. I really like the I really like the way this turned out, especially with the trees. Once automatic tree replanting is set up, this will look pretty close to this all the time. Man, this looks quite nice. Once we have automatic tree replanting, we would also use these logging camps. Alright, almost out of money again. These seem to be rock solid, like no dip yet. 86 degrees and holding at 0 degrees ambient. There's no like flickering of the needle or anything. We need the internal storage so the construction offices can pick up resources from there. The structure's loaded at 4% of its capacity and block the customs house up for some amount of time. Okay, I don't like that we're running into a situation where there's no people in the heating plant, but it is because we don't line space right now until we have the end station set up, which is not ideal. Should be an issue of the past once it's set up. We have a few more assignments for fuel, no problem. And once we have a local distribution office handling everything in the area, then yeah, that is just also bringing fuel to the end station. Minus 10 degrees, no flickering of the temperature whatsoever. Yeah, the school here needs to get the workers ready, otherwise we're just gonna have loads of prisoner escapes. I could get people ready faster by using the checkbox, but I think in school it's better to just use the throughput as efficiently as possible. Maybe I'm incorrect. Maybe it would be better to prioritize right now. I don't think so. Hopefully we'll have some highly educated people move here, so otherwise I will have to forcefully relocate some. My temperature overlay again for now. We're approaching the cold time of the year. Minus 15 degrees is gonna be the average, maybe minus 20. Everything is still holding well. Could bring some workers over to help, I guess, by bus. That way I would make sure to send a few highly educated workers. If they run out. I don't really want to though. Alright, time to shut down the other heating plant as well, which means 7 extra workers will be freed up. On average. Well, not on average. Maximum. Per shift. Okay, so this should now also be heated. And station done. And do you need more heat pumps for that distance? No, it's only one heat pump. And I didn't even need the heat pump, I just set up the heat pump so I could split it up into 3 small heat pumping stations. It's a very short distance, it just looks so large because I'm so far zoomed in, but it's like 800 meters, 850 meters. When you build villages, everything looks really like, oh my god, this is so far, but then it's like, okay, sure. It's not actually that far. It just looks like it. It has a lot to do with the houses you build. If you're building like the smaller brick buildings, if you don't build the prefab panel buildings, everything looks like these ones look somewhat tall, but they're not really. It's a perception thing. I guess you're always comparing to what is like next to you. So in this case, this looks like it's large settlement, but it's like 2 small villages. I think. Could be, yeah, could be larger villages. Okay, rail construction is almost there. Then we can run our trains through this area in a loop. Gravel seems to be going alright now with the extra vehicle. Sharing the workload between this one and the quarry itself. With the faster loading and the slower loading. 2 different vehicles working together. I don't want to lose half the efficiency of the building just to prioritize people with an education. They should just go through and finish it. Oh, we need some more workers here. Oh, temperatures. -24. Okay. This one is struggling a little bit, this one is struggling a little bit more. Interesting. So at -20 it's showing up. We can see a little bit of flickering here, a little bit more flickering over on this side. This is further away, but it's like, really? You have electricity, just making sure you have electricity. Together you have 21% heating. This looks bad. This looks like it could turn quite bad. We need the other heat exchanger, I think. And probably have to turn on the heating plant. Oh yeah. Maybe we can set it up where they draw heating from the heat exchangers first. But we still have a heating plant as a backup for now. Not sure how it works with a heating plant directly in range. And other heat exchangers also in the vicinity. My idea is that this thing kicks in when the heat exchangers can't keep up. And then maybe next year we can think about building another heat exchanger itself. This should be able to handle it. It's not really that much different. This has a lot more temperature, 89 degrees. 83 degrees. I think I dug this down into the ground deeper. But I guess it's also closer. Yeah, it's 400 meters. 700 meters. Oh, this looks actually pretty bad. I like that the other one looks nice. This one looks manageable. Not sure about this one at all. Don't usually pump around 400 meters. Well, it's to the first heat pumping station, but yeah, I usually pump that far, but not. I haven't tried it on the Siberia map yet. I think I need another heat exchanger here, probably. When you can you explain why there's a footpath link to the bus end station? No. I cannot explain that. I think it's just for, like, beautification. If you want to make it look like someone works there, you can put a footpath against it. But you could also use another footpath for that. The visual footpaths, basically. This one's connected to the inside anyway. To avoid such headaches, see many people just use the big pipes. But you can't use the big pipes with the small heat exchangers. Okay, this is holding. -30, getting below 20 now. This one's also struggling. Sheesh. Alright, I guess we'll turn this one on too. I don't want heating issues. If we can make it so that the small heating plants turn on during winter, Nothing is connected to what? What do you mean? So minus 35 now, temperatures are getting really low. Heating plant, it's doing its thing. The heat plant, or do they use heat nearby? Yes, they can directly heat buildings in the vicinity. I think I'm okay with this because it will pollute the area, but not throughout most of the year. And it will help prevent like heating crises. So we have the large heating plant taking the majority of the work. I guess I should set up more heat exchangers in the future just with this heating plant. We're gonna be below capacity, but we need more heat exchangers, I think. Yeah, for now the small heating plants will have to catch up with that work, I guess. This one's getting pretty cold. But still above 15 degrees. Oh, you mean the bus end station? Yeah, this one has a footpath. Maybe it's there that if you connect only the entrance but not the exit, vehicles can leave it. I don't know if they can drive over the footpath. I don't think so. Or maybe it's there so workers can walk onto the construction site without the road being there, but that also doesn't make any sense. Okay, so heating seems okay, but still struggling for all of them. I guess we could run more workers in here and just say, okay, pump out as much heating as necessary. What happens if I turn off the heating plant? Experimentation. I mean, the heating is pretty stable. We're going down to 17. Maybe it's not needed for this one, but we'll have to wait and see until it drops down to minus 40 ambient. If it goes below 15, I think I would use the heating plant. The medical research for like cold resistance would also be really useful in combination with our heating setup. Okay, so this one might be okay. It's minus 35. Yeah, this one seems okay. This one's down to 16, 15. They're still not complaining about cold interior at 15 degrees, so I guess we're okay. Gotta keep it careful though, and let's try with this one. It's gonna have an immediate effect, I think. If we can go to 15, maybe we're fine. Maybe then we don't need the other heating plants. Maybe I was just overly cautious. After a death wave, I guess that is to be expected. Yeah, this one also seems to hold fine. Looks like you can go into the yellow and be fine with this. Yep, seems fine. Okay. Still gotta wait for the coldest days of the year. Oh, prison temperature is low. So that, yeah, below 15 it would start complaining. So this one will need a heat exchanger in its range. 200 meters is slightly far. Small heat exchanger in range, 180. Could also build one on this road, but that would like focus primarily on the prison. And there's, I guess, also a residential building here. So sure, we'll have a heat exchanger next to the prison. Set this up. Maybe we'll relocate one of the heat exchangers, but I guess we can also build more residential buildings around this area instead of here. That is fine too. I should run the heating plant until this gets resolved, otherwise the prisoners might die from this. But yeah, otherwise the settlement looks okay. And this one doesn't need the heating plant. Well, let's not be like too early with that. Let's wait until it drops down to -45 in December. But then we might only need like 1 or 2 workers in the heating plant to make sure they get that extra bit of heating for the 10 degrees. Rail construction is done. Okay. Now the trains should go into the loop to deliver the wood. So there could be 2 trains heading towards it and it would be fine. -37, this looks okay. This looks really good now with the heating plant running. Maybe the heating plants are not a bad idea. I mean, ideally I would want them gone. But if I have a heating plant here, I can probably make more use of the housing in general. And just like having 1 or 2 workers in the vicinity would also not increase the pollution by too much. So I guess every settlement would get maybe a heating plant in the center, like right in the center of the settlement, next to the bus stop, etc. It would be a weird way to plan things, I guess. Heating plant, bus stop, water, sewage, electricity, all in the center. And then just build around it and plan for other heating to be dotted around, and then the heating plant would jump in if it isn't enough. But only with like 2 or 3 workers, so it doesn't pollute the area very much. Alternatively, getting the technology to like harden our citizens against cold temperatures could also be an option. With that technology we could probably then get rid of the heating plants. But these ones are also useful, because our other heating plant might undergo maintenance. I don't think heat exchangers or heat pumping stations undergoing maintenance would receive reduced efficiency, productivity. That is merely for production buildings like the heating plants. So these should be unaffected. Green numbers. Let's hope. just hope it stays that way. I don't want to spend more money on more migrants right now. If this stabilizes, then we can plan for a new settlement, I think. Or just keep making some profit while we're stable. Yeah, pollution is not a factor anymore. 77. Life expectancy is absolutely acceptable, and we could just build around this. Of course, if we have to crank up the heating plant, if something goes wrong with the small heating plant, then people would die in droves if we have our housing right next to it. But I'd rather do that than spend a lot of money on heat exchangers for the small heating plants. We're doing that for the large heating plants already. Minus 40. No problems here. This one is struggling a bit. Once the heat water tank drops below 80, it's struggling with the very cold temperatures, I guess. To be expected. We'll have another heat exchanger here soon. There's our first train using the new path. And now this shouldn't be dinging anymore because there's no signal here. Prisoner numbers coming back up, which is looking good. I do want to build the rail connection into the settlement for the brick factory. So I do want to have the brick factory here. The settlement would start with a small heating plant. It would not... do we want to also run a connection from the large heating plant this way? I guess it makes sense, but it's quite far away already. I think we're just gonna run like a brick factory with workers from this area with a prison here. If the other prison fills up, which is not going to happen anytime soon, I don't think. But the idea is a brick factory here with a rail connection. For coal delivery. Aggregate loading, and then we need aggregate unloading here. Shared with a heating plant. I wanted to have the heating plant here, like, bring the coal, get the coal directly from a rail connection. But with the new setup idea of running a small heating plant just as a addition, it wouldn't actually be like the main route where the coal gets here. So this would just be an unloading station for the coal for the brick factory, I guess. I guess there will be an unloading station here. Unloading coal. into a conveyor engine, which would then go into this building. Like into a storage in front of this building, rather. But the conveyor engine would prioritize the coal to be transported over to a large heating plant. I mean, I guess we could also unload the coal somewhere else and just bring it here by like conveyor engine over the hill, I guess. And then we just have the train in this area that picks up the resources. So we would probably plan a large heating plant here to then, what is the middle point? We have the settlement here and here. That's quite far. So 1,500 meters-ish. Well, that points towards the heating plant being on this side. It would be more centered than this side. I still think we can get a heating pipe from this area, helping this location. Yeah, temperature's fine as -41. Seems okay. Even this one is okay. Good, heating is not an issue anymore. The other option is a small heating plant with 2 pipes into heat exchangers. But with a lot, yeah, I want the backup, I guess. This one needs to run a large prison on this side, so the large heating plant here would also make sense. Would it make sense to have more settlements here? I don't think so. I mean, if we just plan for a large heating plant for a small settlement, then yeah, this would be fine. And this settlement, then maybe 2 small heating plants on the outskirts, pumping the heat in with heat pumping stations. Because another large heating pipe along here exchanging into smaller heating pipes seems kinda not that great. It didn't lose that much heating, it lost like 6 degrees, which is normal for heating pipes. I guess it would be fine. Yeah, we can probably plan draw more heating from this heating plant. Given that it has enough workers, I guess. Which it right now doesn't. Thankfully the microbuses are really aggressive in delivering more workers to the area, so I'm happy about that. That means just a brick factory with the storage behind it, rail connection on the backside, I think. Large prison next to it. Well, if we have a large prison here, then we also need the heating plant here. I guess that's the way we could start this. Okay, so this one connects out that way. Flatten, please. The brick factory is our next larger industry, not the gravel processing. The gravel processing, I mean, they would share the workload basically. Bricks are quite expensive. If I can make my own, that would be really useful, especially since I can use my bricks that I built here, that I make here, and use that for construction of the new prison, I guess. rail connection from this, not concrete based. Are these concrete based? No, they're the right one. Go out here, hook up into the rail line, giving us hopefully enough range where this is a decently sized train for export once we get to it. And then we can have a conveyor engine connection for coal. Not the way I planned it. Don't think that's gonna work. Oh, it might. It might. Just a matter of order of placement. Slightly too narrow, but if we get the conveyor engine pushed away a little bit. We should still be able to get a road connection through. And I guess the coal connection could come around this way with a heating plant somewhere on this side. If we are planning for a large prison. Should be as close as possible, ideally. Heating plant on this side. Unloading station for coal with a simple loop for the train track. And then I guess 2 heat pumping stations. Settlement could also be here. It's not as important, it just needs to take care of the prison. Which ideally would be in walking distance, but sometimes that is not possible, I guess. This one would not be a run-through station. Only a single train in here at all times. We could also run another train track across here, I guess. Or we could run the coal off-ramp into the unloading station and then go past it and also into this station. Ideally we would have fewer junctions, I guess, on the main line, but since it's a single train track, I guess it doesn't really matter that much. What matters is that we get off of the main line as quickly as possible. Okay, I think temperature is fine. Don't think we had a negative... Yeah, we just have... Wow. Now we have population growth. Everyone's happy, not dying, I guess. Let's see if we can keep that up. Down to 14% unsolved cases, that is acceptable. Not making a profit yet, as per usual. We did bump up our loan capacity a little bit. Still not great though. We do have the other heat exchanger now, right? Yes. can probably run this down to like 2 workers. Set these up for priority. This one has been shut down the whole time. I mean, maybe we can shut it down now. Since we have a heat exchanger here. At 81 degrees. That's fine. If it can hold that temperature. Temperature too low. At 14 degrees. But it's already recovered at minus 35, so I think that's okay. I mean, I can, I guess, run like 1 worker in here. And we'll tell the distribution office to keep these heating plants like at the ready. To make sure that they don't get demolished, but are fully supplied. In case we have to turn them on to deal with some issues like maybe a fire burning down one of our heat pumping stations or something. Hopefully not. This building is a little bit out of range of a fire station, this one being the closest one. But it should still be fine, it's like a kilometer away. Let's take out a refreshed loan. I can increase the amount of children we get in our republic. Housing expansion might also be on the agenda at some point. We don't... Oh, we still have unemployment due to low education. Are you not keeping up? Okay, we'll focus on those that have the highest education, I guess. Getting them out of the school and into the Republic to work. Might have the benefit that our staff will always be filled. Shouldn't be that bad though, but I guess it is. And the question is if we also get highly educated workers migrating here. Because right now there aren't any. And I stopped taking them via bus route, so... But we are up to 25% higher education workers. So number did go up. We're not losing a lot of money, at the very least, but that's still not a profit. Not a stable profit. Waiting for more prisoners. Change of plans in regarding my distribution office. I think what I will do is that I will tell you to not import food from the border anymore. And you're not bringing food to the warehouse. There will be a dedicated truck always moving food into that warehouse. Because we have 2 loading stations It can just wait until unloaded in that warehouse. And not block it up completely. And that way this distribution office doesn't have to go to the customs house anymore for food. It's always going to be filled inside the warehouse. Warehouse should have a warning system. I think this is the better solution. Now we could move the distribution office closer to the settlements, or at least like closer to this junction. I think I would move it closer to the warehouse, but I can't right now because I don't have a spare distribution office. And emptying one out, deleting it and rebuilding it runs the risk of maybe me forgetting some important connections that I don't want to take right now. Minus 37. It's holding. It's also holding. Okay. We would have made money this this month if it wasn't for import, but the month is also still not over. Paid 8,300 for a vehicle, 2,300 in profit. Maybe it's gonna turn around, I don't know. The inflation itself will take a lot of bite out of the loans, I guess. If we can keep up with it. Okay, we'll prioritize the clothing factory and the prisoner transportation of the clothing factory. The gravel is not throwing off as much money. And yeah, we basically just don't want to import any gravel. Especially for the rail construction, this is like really good that we have our own production. And then some of it will be exported. Let me do the math again on the brick profits. So the transfer rate, the conversion rate of the factory was like 33 tons of coal into 51 tons of bricks. Yes. Per day. So let's get a calculator and get the prices. I will pause the game for this. 33 times 22.59, that is 745, and then 51 times the brick price, which is for selling 37.1, which is 1,890, which would be a profit margin of 1,150. That brick factory. Why is it so good? I'm thinking extra houses, getting extra workers, and already setting up the large prison. Alternatively, we run an occasional prison bus route to a brick factory in the area and a microbus route with workers for the fire station that I still need to build here as well. Now, would a brick factory be profitable run at like a low quantity. Let me calculate the profits for a clothing factory right now that we're making, so we have something to compare it to. Fabric imports. It's a 2-to-1 ratio. We can just calculate it 2-to-1, but I guess I can also use the proper values, which is 1.2 to 2.4, I think. Yes. 2.4 tons of fabric turn into 1.2 tons of clothing. That leaves us with 688.89 times 2.4 for 1,653 rubles for import versus 1.2 times 2,304.90. That is also a profit margin of 1,100 for that production. Like at full rate. So the profit margin seems pretty similar. We're talking higher initial import price versus increased export price. The prison bus is not being able to enter because of the parked vehicle is also slightly annoying. But there's no chance of a warehouse here right now. Yeah, life expectancy is much better. Happiness is still at 63. Low government loyalty. Could still consider a monument in the area, I guess. These ones should all be covered by a monument. No, this house isn't. We need a monument next to the prison. "70 meters range. From center to center will cover this house with at least some loyalty." Unemployment numbers are finally going down. We actually have some unemployment due to no workplace. I can't believe it. It's happening. Okay, a little bit of profit. We lost a lot of money last month though. Are the logging camps working again? No, this one is not working. It's not assigned to any trees. Should deliver fuel to the end station, so the microbuses can focus on running the route instead of having to refuel. I guess this distribution office isn't necessary. This one I could free up and just run a direct route. These 3 trucks could be replaced by a direct route, which I think I'll do. That opens me up a distribution office, which I will be really happy for, because then I can move existing distribution offices around. Don't think waiting until load is what I want. What I also should do is like upgrade these roads to at least gravel. At least the road going into the resource storage. Once winter is over, like, well, once the snow has melted, I guess. More appropriate. This distribution office is therefore obsolete. Yeah, the logging camps are not balancing each other very well. Losing a lot of productivity that way. "17 workers closing factory. Not bad. I want to see a 20. I won't, but I want to. I guess we should stop bringing workers to the rail construction office for now. Three vehicles, we have room for 3 vehicles in that vehicle depot, so this is okay. And our profit is gone for the month. But another 5,600 are coming for export, so maybe? Probably not. Still thinking about the idea of stopping electronic imports. Let's check our prices right now for imports. Food. A lot of food this year because we filled a warehouse. I think it was this year. We're not gonna have any steel except for maintenance this year. Fuel is getting higher. Is that true? We filled up a lot of coal. Then there's electronics. Okay. Coal prices went up a little bit because of imports. Fuel prices are really low. Oil prices went up a little bit. I'm tempted to set up like a storage tank for oil and try and trade for the market fluctuations like in the other game, Plutocracy. We build a large storage tank, import when it's cheap, and then set it to export when it's expensive. That would be a lot of micromanagement. But it might be possible to make money that way. It would just be a large storage tank and then running some one tanker car to and from the border. Oh man, that would be an evolution of the trade route. 1,500 tons. Would have a storage here that is... its only purpose is, well, we will also use it for like local fuel distribution, but we could export everything in it at some point. Distribution office free now. I can relocate them if I wanted to. That's a construction office. So I guess we're going to be speculating a little bit, which isn't going to be easy because with the inflation the prices are just also going to go a little bit crazy. But I should be trying to hold as much of our money in like resources instead of in currency. And I guess our import-export duty could also be handled by the distribution office. It's gonna be so weird. It's not very expensive to build. We will need money to fill it. And then we'll have to monitor the price. If we go for something expensive like bitumen, the fluctuations could be quite substantial. And we also spend a lot of money. But then when we export, we might get a lot of money, so... This is also going to be like our Republic's fuel storage, basically. But it's mainly intended for import-export. Looks like we're going to have a normal loan running and add a little bit on top of that now. So our second loan. We now have more money borrowed than we can borrow. The brick factory would not make more money. It makes a lot of money, but the clothing factory makes just as much, according to my calculations. It would just... the brick factory would require more transportation. Because more resources would be output, it would look more impressive. But the clothing factory has it beat in that regard. Fewer transportation necessary. Benefit would of course be that importing coal to use our own bricks, our own brick production for supply would be cheaper than importing bricks during construction processes. So that would be a benefit of having a brick factory. Similar to the clothing factory. Depending on what our brick consumption is, which is very variable depending on what we're building. It might make sense or it might not make sense. And I don't think it makes sense for that. Yeah, we had 6,000 rubles worth of bricks used last year. Didn't build a prison, I guess. I think the time when we built a prison is probably easily visible on this list. No. 180. 62. I mean, the prison was fairly early. 447. 322. I guess that must have been the year. Yeah. Oh, 520 in the beginning. I guess we built it as the first building pretty much as well. Well, all these houses also required bricks for construction. So definitely necessary there as well. How many flats do we still have free? 80. Let's say 90. And there's still a bunch of them available here, so anyone extra could work in the orphanage. There's a lot of room for extra workers in the area, so I don't think I need more housing right now. "68 prisoners. Prisoner number go up. If they don't die due to exposure to cold weather, then we might have more. This school is still really inefficient. We do have enough highly educated workers here to run it. They just have to walk a weird path, I guess, to get to it. I think it's time to remove the checkbox and make it more efficient. If it's fully staffed, this is fine. The amount of students in the schoolyard is lower than the amount of students getting an education in the classrooms, so it is efficient enough. That is a lot of prisoners already. I think it might be time to run a logging camp, which would require another prison bus. Well, that would be worth it, I think. If we go that route, we don't have to change anything right now, because our rail system is set up in a way where extra wood production is not going to block the trains from unloading. Because the logging camp is hooked up directly to the sawmill, and they can't push through the sawmill into the attached storage. To show what I mean, now that I have the prison bus, production from this building at most will go into the sawmill, but not into the storage. So this storage will always be available for the train to unload, which has enough room to fully unload, which means it can then load the boards that are already here, prepared by the sawmill. We'll set this up. We'll make sure no one walks to that site, otherwise they might start working here. There were people walking onto the construction site indicating that they would work here if they had the chance. And maybe this will give us a steady supply of lumber. If we get to 2,500 citizens, I would research the automatic tree replanting, I think. It might seem like a waste, but I don't think it would be. It might benefit our existing logging camps to where they will work more consistently, because they hopefully would start replanting themselves their own trees again without us intervening. Maybe if I click and drag, it assigns all the trees to one logging camp. Maybe I need to like click, and that way it would assign those trees to the closest logging camp. I have no proof of that, I am just assuming. So yeah, 2,500 people, we're gonna get automatic tree replanting researched. And this might be the most profitable logging camp ever for our republic. Still losing money. It should give us like a really good amount of lumber to load. If the attached logging camp works to send its resources in this logging camp, that would be really nice. Logging camps are so cheap. So I think we're not going to use bitumen, we're going to use fuel for this trade deal shenanigans. I could import now. I will do that, I think. I don't think the price is going to drop much further. Inflation will like kick it in the teeth. Our trucks will import fuel into this and also be able to load fuel from this. So, fuel is stored in this. There's only one loading station. I'm not gonna use a direct route, otherwise I might block a firefighting vehicle. An emergency vehicle. So they are going to be importing fuel now, and then we'll see if we find maybe a good time to export all of that. And if not, we'll have a lot of fuel for the future. Right now fuel is really cheap. I hope this looks like a republic that someone with, like a beginner with experience might build. Where everything is just connected to make it work, but it looks really janky. Especially the single track train track is like what I'm really happy about. There's the workers that will finish our logging camp. If we get to the point where there's too much boards produced, this logging camp can't produce anymore, at that point we have to set up the additional storage for the just boards export train. But right now it would be too much. Okay, prisoners here. They can already work even without like logging trucks in the area. But we still need to get some. And they're not cheap. Could deliver fuel into the logging camps. I will. One worker at most. And then the prison bus also needs to go back to and bring them to the sawmill if they still have any left. If you accidentally, or not accidentally, but if you loaded more than one, drop them off in the sawmill after. And hopefully this will produce a constant flow for our sawmill, so it can produce a lot of wood for this, a lot of boards. I might have to send some extra prisoners to the sawmill if we make it really efficient. But I think the transportation capacity is going to be our limiting factor. No, don't need that. There's not that much road traffic in here. So we might run into the situation where this will fill up already quite soon. And at that point we would need the other storage for trains, the other loading station. And then run the board production through. And in case this has any issues, we can still assign a little bit of wood storage here and let the logs go back through the sawmill to then be pushed out back into the storage, and have the option to connect this with a factory connection if this doesn't work. But I would like to try it first, because we can hook up another logging camp here if we want to. That would be 3 logging camps working on that sawmill directly if this connection works. Yep, we might need more workers here, aka more prisoners. That's probably. I think we can use the prison bus route for these logging camps to send the extra prisoners to the sawmill instead of the clothing factory. It's going to be a pretty long trip, but the prisoners will then work longer to compensate for that, if they make their way there. Okay, and you send extra workers to the quarry, I guess, that's fine. Where do extra workers go from here? Clothing factory, nope. We're going to concentrate all the prisoners into their respective industries. If there's one extra prisoner arriving this way, it's going to be really helpful for the sawmill, I think. Otherwise we're going to be stuck with a lot of wood here. I mean, it looks like we will probably gridlock this production. I should build the other storage and get ready to run this. Out of supplies for prisoners, no food. Distribution office does not load food at the customs house, but should load food at the warehouse. Are we having issues with like the amount of distribution being done? Is there a vehicle heading this way? Doesn't look like it. Looks like we need more vehicles in general. I could assign a direct route for food for the prison. It does have 2 loading stations, so I can do that, I guess. Small truck would be fine. Larger truck would have to run less frequently. We'll go for the cheap one. And since it's always gonna run full loads, we could tell it to load at the customs house, but... Oh god, what's happening? Is there a traffic jam somewhere? Where are our vehicles? Looks fine. Looks fine. Looks like we're just overloading everything with work. Okay, so you're not loading at the customs house. A dedicated vehicle is already doing that. You will go to the warehouse and then bring food to the prison, waiting until unloaded. I could do that for all prisons, I guess. So these large prisons don't strain our logistics network that much. Of course, I would be using one of these loading bays, but I feel like I have to do that to relieve some stress on the network right now. Wait until unloaded. Okay. So the clothing truck and the refrigerated truck can still enter. The prison buses will have to like space themselves out through one station, one line, which shouldn't be too much of a deal because this is already pretty much doing it at the clothing factory when the other truck is parked there. But hopefully that will resolve the issues. You're not doing anything right now. Food has been delivered, good. It was the direct route. So why is no one delivering food here? Neuer Kask, prison. Am I blind? Neuer Kask, meat storage, grocer, kiosk, orphanage. Oh, the sawmill prison, yeah. Not sure why I didn't get a delivery, but well, it has one now. So our longer train will probably be able to wait until loaded inside this facility. We're gonna send our finished boards here, because deliveries should always drop off and leave. We're going to set this to not wait until unloaded, because I don't want to block the road indefinitely. Otherwise, this could burn down. So this will be our board storage. This will be our wood storage, so I guess this production facility in an emergency would produce directly into the wood delivery storage itself. And then we need our rare construction office to do its job again. You are also going through the end station now. Should probably be the first stop, but it's okay. This is going to slow down the delivery of workers a little bit. Actually, no, it's going to speed them up because I was already running line spacing for that route. I didn't want to get as many workers as quickly as possible. I wanted to get them in regular intervals. Well, if the production is always maxed out, we're not gonna... Well, we might still run full, because this logging camp is quite efficient. Yeah, I should set this up. Just in case. So wood deliveries would go in here. Board deliveries from this way. The train delivering wood would go to the customs house after going here, so if it was not completely empty, it would enter the customs house to sell the excess. Just so we don't like run full on excess wood if the sawmill can't keep up. I think we're going to set this up as well. Then the prison bus for this logging camp would go into this one first. Oh, sorry, this one first, this one on the return trip. And then sawmill if necessary. How's the fuel price looking? It's going up a little. I'm not sure this logging camp is going to assign itself to any trees, like when it's set up, because this one has claimed all of them, I assume. Except for a tiny amount on this side. We will have to be patient with that logging camp, I guess. We can leave it set up and wait until it assigns itself some trees, I guess. How many more flats are we talking about? 30, 40, 60, 120, 130. This is not going to push us over 250, I don't think. Prison first. If the prison is filled, you can go to the fire station, otherwise go to other buildings. I think. We don't need any of the waiting lines yet. There's one line for the board train to wait. The storage here is one for logging train to wait, and then we can have a second logging train if the one is insufficient. There's going to be one train going from this storage to here at all times, skipping the customs house, being more efficient, and then the board train is going to wait until loaded in this storage, going to the customs house. The board train is going to be the, I guess, the one with the newer train cars. Looks cooler. I mean, they look fairly similar. Were you dinging that? Going through this junction? That would be unfortunate, but I guess it's okay. Okay, yeah. Need to change the factory connection to not have any boards stored here, I guess. This is all wood. 100 boards. Well, the first wood train delivering here can load boards if it wants to. And do one export route real quick. And then we're changing it to the proper route after. Okay, let's stop importing for now. I'll also give this one a new name, fluid storage. Selenor Kuta Customs in export. Fluid storage fuel. There we go. Maybe if I put like a waypoint here, it wouldn't ding this rail crossing if the train goes past it. We'll have to see if it happens. If it happens, I'll try put a waypoint here. Maybe then it realizes that this does not affect it. Could also put a chain signal there, I guess. Chain signal here, regular signal here. No, it has to be chain signal here. Yeah, these shouldn't be regular signals. That is not correct. They need to check if they have a free area where they want to go after. Right now we're trading in a loop where it doesn't matter, but at some point this customs house is going to be full with trains, so then they should only be able to leave if they can find their new location empty. Otherwise, they're not allowed to leave. Two more rail construction tasks at most, and then we have our connection through the storage and we can send the trains out to their dedicated tasks. This one, we could turn it into the longer train. Yeah. You will go to the depot, please, and then we'll give you the other train car and set you on your route for export only. I guess... yeah, that's fine. I could have told you to maybe load this as well. No, the wood train is going to do that. So this one will... Yeah, I guess we still have to wait for the rail line. Okay, I'm not going to change the signals, I'm just going to send you home. Finish this construction and we're done. I did miss if the signal was necessary or not, so I guess we'll see it with the next delivery vehicle. Prison bus between the wood cutting post and the sawmill. If you have any extra prisoners, drop them off in here. Or if you get here fast enough to where there's already a prisoner still in that one, that is fine too. We need some fuel deliveries, and then we're gonna see if this works. Like if this will continuously operate, we're fine. If not, we will have to send wood into the storage. I'm interested in this. This would make sawmill setups really compact if it works. Nope, first prisoner. Nice. And this one should only have one worker as well. We will have to send this train back manually again once it gets to the storage, but this one it should be able to build in one go, and then it can leave that way as well. But yeah, I'm not setting up my signals for this right now, I don't think. I don't see you using a lot of bus stops. What are you doing instead? Well, since we're using prisoners, we have to send the prisoners directly to the prisoners directly to the buildings. The normal workers are walking to the facilities directly because everything is in walking distance. And the prisoners you can't unload at a bus stop, so I'm sending workers to the heating plant directly. Don't need a bus stop for that. If I start setting up bus stops, I would risk the issue that they might walk to other buildings and compromising our not very profitable production chains. I was wondering why the buses were going directly into the sawmill. Yeah, that's because of our challenge. Wood and boards are an export resource, and therefore we have to use prisoners to run the facilities. Maybe I should always send some boards into this storage, and then I can use this as the construction material storage. That doesn't sound terrible, actually. 350 boards for construction? Why not? Alright, let's see if this will work. I'm interested. When the trucks get here and unload and fill the local storage, do they push the resources into this one and the sawmill can grab it, or does it not work from logging camp to logging camp? Normal logic would dictate that, well, normal logic would dictate that this wouldn't work because this is an export storage, so it wouldn't accept like an input resource, but maybe. Oh, it does unload in that building, so it does work. It did not load it in here, it already loaded it directly into this facility, so the chaining of logging camps does work. That makes it a lot easier to set up like efficient sawmills without any logistics until you have the boards for export. Oh, you're building from that direction. Not ideal. Let me switch the signal so you can build through it though. Otherwise you're gonna have to do another construction task after, which would be even more annoying. Once this is done, we can test and see if this train will ding the rail crossing here by just going near it. I like this. This looks like a cute little industry. And it's going to be really efficient with the logging camps, that's for sure. 3 logging camps directly into the sawmill. No trucks to transport anything. I guess we could get another storage here and 2 more logging camps on this side as well. And then remove these completely, relocate the vehicles and the storage next to this and have everything connected directly to the train. Would be better logistics wise. I missed the train again. Oh man. Oh well. Alright, so this is all set up, meaning that we have our lumber train, which is currently in the depot. You are going to always be running boards. From here, loading boards, waiting until loaded to the customs house. And the other train will now go to the other storage. Unloading. Not waiting until unloaded. Loading. No, you're not loading boards anymore. Right, we're just using the boards for domestic construction now. So we'll have our own boards now. So you just unload wood. And you don't go to the customs house. Well, you're gonna go to the customs house now, I guess. Sorry. Customs house, please. No. You have to wait until the train gets fully out of the customs house for it to realize that it can enter the customs house that way. Now it can sell the boards, and then we'll remove the board task after. But yeah, then I guess we can also wait. We're going to set not wait until unloaded, and then go to the customs house to sell boards and right now, but wood in the future. So should we ever be unable to unload wood here, we're just going to bring it to the customs house to always run the efficient route that way. So now the wood train should be more efficient because it has a shorter section of track to run and can skip the customs house most of the time. Looks like this logging camp assigned itself a decent amount of trees. I don't know if 3 logging camps right next to each other is going to be a good idea, but we'll see. That might be that this one gets like a tiny slice of trees here and a tiny slice this way. We will see. I'm going to focus on what the rail crossing does this time when the train leaves. Before that, I will disable workers getting to the rail construction office though, because we're done with rail construction again, for the time being. And domestic construction needs to be set to load wood from here. So boards from the storage now. I should probably name those storages for the construction offices, otherwise it's a little bit difficult to see if this is assigned properly. That way I can just easily see it. If I open this and it says OS boards, I have an open storage with boards assigned to it. And this is an aggregate loading for gravel. Then I can see here, aggregate loading for gravel, open storage for boards are things we are producing ourselves. The rest, not so much. Or at least like I'm storing it domestically, I guess. Crime? Who could have predicted that crime is the majority of issues in our republic? Hello, Hank. Welcome. Fewer exports of boards also means that we... Oh. It means that we are exporting less and the market price has some time to recover. Hello, Mega Monkey. Welcome. Let me give you a shout out. There you go. How was your stream going? You've been streaming for a very long time, it feels like, then compared to normal. Having fun? Oh, the bow. Welcome everyone, I'm Das Brightshirt. You might know me. I'm streaming workers and resources. Only 8 hours, okay. So half the time I'm going for probably for today. We're doing the Siberia prison run challenge where all our export profits have to be handled by prison labor. I recently set up a fuel storage because I'm tempted to do some trading should the fuel price go up at some point. So I stockpiled some fuel and we'll see if that has a reason to be exported at some point. If not, we have a domestic fuel storage at least. Otherwise, we're running a efficient sawmill. We're chaining 3 logging camps directly into the sawmill, and that works. I'm not sure how many trees this logging camp is gonna have to chop down, but we'll see. The chain works? Yes, it works. So left camp is this one, right camp is this one. Truck will unload directly into the left camp. If this one already has some resources in it. So it works. And the sawmill picks up from this one. So you can have 3 logging camps per factory connection in the sawmill. Now the question is, does that work with cows on a cow plant? Let's not get too hasty, but there might be possibilities here. So what are you waiting on? You are yellow. The other train is moving. Where is it? At the customs house. You don't go to the customs house if you're empty. I hope you realize that. I think I should set it to no specified resource for the customs house. Maybe then it'll get it. The other train is now moving. Does it ding the crossing here? No. Yes. It shouldn't ding that. Let's put a waypoint here. It still dings it. Not if I click it rapidly though. Yeah. I don't know if I can solve it by putting maybe another chain signal here. I don't want it to ding this signal by the train just going near it. Maybe if it's a different block, but I think it's proximity based. Semaphores are too smart, yeah. We are probably going to relocate our 2 logging camps plus storage and attach it to this cargo station. So the idea is to have them on this side as well. Where I built the power line, this is where we want them. And then we can run the train line through here and have 2 more logging camps cutting down trees on this side and reduce all of the, like, I guess we can still have this traffic. I'm not sure if a single train can keep up. Power line's always in the way. Yeah, but they're quick to remove and rebuild. It's not that painful. The other thing I'm considering is a passing lane. I think we need another wood train. We're slowly building up a rail network now. Hopefully the wood price is gonna hold. It looks really good. Oh god, now it's going up. Looks like if we're exporting it, the people will buy it. No electricity, no drinking water. Didn't pay attention to that. So another substation for water, sewage, electric substation. Is that worth it? Probably. Shame that it needs electricity. I guess I can also skip water and sewage. Is the distribution office not in range? It is in range, it just hasn't gotten to it yet. So it will supply water and sewage there. Yeah, I'll hook it up at some point, I think. We also are using this delivery storage for lumber, for wood, as our domestic storage of boards, basically. So we deliver wood here, the sawmill produces boards in both directions, and this one is for domestic consumption, this one is for export. Does it really need power? Yes, it does. It does not cut down trees without them. If I could have one cutting down the trees and the other ones would pick it up, it would work, but they only cut it down if there's electricity attached. I did test that. It uses a tiny bit of electricity. Also for the quarry. Well, I tested it for the quarry, I guess. Sawmill. So we deliver workers here, and it should not cut down without electricity. No trees ready for transport. Well, I guess I might as well hook it up now. Oh yeah, I have a switch here. I prepared for this. I'm so smart. I prepared. I can just hook it up to that thing. And you know what those electric medium voltage wires are made out of? Boards. Boards and electronic components. We're like so close to self-sufficiency already. We got wood, we got boards. We got wood. We got boards for our rail construction. For our construction, it's like a quarter of all construction, like open hull construction materials already done. Amazing. I really don't need a substation here. This building is going to consume water so slowly with one worker. But then again, having an extra substation isn't a bad thing. Especially for the prison, I guess. Then yeah, I just could build the substation right here. Why not? we go. No coverage for future expansion. There's not going to be any expansion in that direction. What am I going to expand to? This is just going to be extra water covering the settlement. So we have 2 water substations that they can deliver to. If I want to have additional expansion, it would be in this area. I still leave the heating plant here and run it at like 1 worker. Pollution is minimal, but it keeps the heat water tank going a little bit. And the majority of heating is coming from the centralized heating in the large heating plant. Are we keeping up with wood deliveries? I don't know. Definitely not. Definitely not. We need another train. Pick locomotive number 3. I'm just gonna use the blue ones for logging duties, I think. Okay, why are you waiting? I don't understand. I do not understand. The purchase prices are getting close to mine, yeah. I can see that. Okay, you go here, load train cars and bring them to the depot. And to trick you in doing that right away, I can't, but well, at least you'll refuel and then go there. So the first train we're probably going to upgrade to 300 meters is going to be the train exporting boards, I think. Cableways, oh god. Should I cableway the oh god. Logging cams. Oh my god, that's an idea. Cableways. Just instead of a train, use cableways everywhere. What do you get for a full train of wood? I think like 10,000, I think. It's not that great. 5 cableways of wood to the sawmill. That looks like a idea, but it would be so silly. It could work. Oh, picked up all of them. Very nice. So I guess if we have 3 trains going this way, it's probably time for the passing track here. More rail construction, please. Everyone out. I mean, the other alternative is building this train track that goes into the back of the wooden... Maybe I should plan this one out with the delivery of coal by train. Yeah, let's do that first. Passing track will be paused, I guess. What am I doing just to sign it? This one... Yeah. Okay, so pause this. No construction here right now. And the idea here was to run the train out on this side, along this hill. It's too risky. I might hit an electric wire or something and get really annoyed when it actually finishes demolition. Because that would be my heating plant. That would not be fun. So this train track we can build. That should work. Coal unloader, yes. Coal unloader will have to be worked in here as well. But I might build it on this side. So... Oh no, it has to be on this side. Well, I guess it would be another, like, slightly uphill track that then remerges. So the coal unloader is gonna be accounted for. We can get a connection through there. Let me just move it a little bit further away from it so it's easier to hook up. Yeah, for the time being. The coal unloader is for the future if the capacity of this is like not enough at some point, or if we run our own coal production into that building domestically. Coal doesn't seem like a worthwhile export resource, so if we have a larger settlement, then maybe we can send some workers to an actual coal mine. What's your coal sale price? Was around 20 last I checked. 17. Hard crash because of the event. It's around 30 now. It's also going up, it looks like. So there might. I mean, I started importing coal quite rapidly. Maybe I'm going to trigger like price increases now because of what I've done with the rapid imports. So it is actually at around 25, 26 more likely. Why are you dinging this? That is not cool at all. The heating plant is currently not running. Because it was lowering the beams or whatever they're called. Okay. Pick MK2 seems a lot better than MK1. It has the same speed, it just has a little bit more acceleration because of engine power. So they can load into other adjacent export storages, which I didn't think would be possible. But that's quite nice. Shared storage capacity. I don't think I'm going to set up another logging camp here. The room in this area is low. I want to see if you ding this again, if you start moving. If you do, I might have to move the signal even closer. But hopefully the rail construction is going to finish this soon. Then it's not going to be a problem anymore because we can have this signal right at the train station. Very efficient, yeah. Oh, lots of profit August. I mean, we imported a lot of vehicle components for a train, but we would have made it quite a profit. The other train might not fit with the signal moved closer. It's only this train, this style of train. They are the same lengthwise, 96 meters. I use the same train cars. And now it's not dinging the road crossing anymore, the rail crossing anymore, so that's fine. Good. Once the rail construction vehicle is past the signal, the other trains can move unhindered again. And even now I guess I can just give them the order. As long as the... Oh, there's already a train moving. Never mind. Oh yeah, it should be possible. Right. Oh yeah, you're moving, okay. Never mind. Yeah, I did change it. This storage is going to be mixed because this lumber is going to be for our construction offices. This is not loaded by train. This is only here so construction offices can go and pick up wood, or boards rather. And the export is this one. So we're gonna go 30% boards in this one just so our construction offices can grab wood. And also put it in the rail construction office to make train tracks. $13,000 per full train of boards. I don't remember that road crane. T148, I think that road crane is relatively new. Prison right next to a sawmill that is working 24/7 with prisoners. Okay. This one only stores boards now. There's no mixed storage here. Punishment is sawdust. I was mostly thinking the noise. Like it must be so loud. I should have built like a noise cancellation wall around it. Forgot about that. House rural. I mean, I built a house right next to the train tracks, and they're happy. They're very happy. 46% happiness. They like it here. The next research, once we get to the population number, 2,500, would be automatic tree replanting, because I don't want to keep doing that. I'm thinking of setting up a house to get to that number. I could set up a large residential building here. Our population has grown full. We need more housing. Never been near a sawmill, but they are typically deep out in the woods. Yes, right next to a prison. Perfect. I don't want to say it, but maybe we're okay now? With the rising wood prices? Perfect location for a horror film to be made. Would you look at that, the movie? Unemployment? No workplace. Slight unemployment numbers. Not bad. Isn't that where the Tarkov game is set? Probably, yeah. As Mega Monkey is saying. I don't know. I think it's just, yeah, probably Eastern European architecture. We probably also still need the passing track. Because when the board train delivers to the customs house, the lumber trains are supposed to also use this route. We're outproducing our train. The train has to be made longer. I mean, if you run full of boards, then the wood will be exported. So it is self-balancing in that regard. Or at least it should be. Unless I made a mistake setting something up. At least now the trucks can transport all the wood again. It's been piling up for a while. Ain't it better with 2 trains since the loading is what takes time? No. I want to minimize the amount of different trains running on the network. For wood, I want to make sure that there's always a train waiting here to load, because there's not that much capacity at the train station. For boards, I don't think we need a second one right now. I would make the boards train the longest train for now. I would try to push it up to 300, so I can test if the network can handle a 300 meter long train. Long piggies? Yes, long pigs. We're in Rimworld now. We're gonna make everything more efficient by allowing more trains to run at the same time through our single track network. Once this track connection is done, it should be a lot more efficient already, but this one is also what I want. What I really, really want. I think a single track network might be really efficient with long trains, because once a train moves, it will have a path to where it wants to go. So only one acceleration task, only one braking task. And it will wait inside the station until it can move. So we don't have the issue of like, it's gonna run into another train and slow down and reaccelerate. No. it has its path until the next toll station set out. If it was an electric train, it would already been there back in like twice. Tell us what we want. What do we really want? I want a pig. I want a pig. I want a pig. Pig. If I make a 300-meter long board train, I would also have to set up the first long unloading station, I guess. So we can plan for that as well. There's already another train load here, so currently it can't move because there's other trains moving on the network. Yeah. Passenger train, single track, ugh, that's annoying. I can see that. I'll have to make sure that the board train does never try to go through the wood area, otherwise it's not gonna have a fun time. So we'll have to have signals and waypoints here. Signals will be enough. I also did the math for the brick factory. It was as profitable as the clothing factory, just shifted by 1,000. So the clothing factory needed like 1,000 imports, 1,700 and made 2,800, and the brick factory needed 700 imports and made 1,800. So I guess percentage-wise the brick factory would be better, but the amount of money you made per day with the resources was the same. I mean, this run we would be making so much money already if we weren't stuck with the whole prisoner limitation. Because we could be sending so many people into these facilities, we could have a brick factory already. It's difficult. What's dinging? You're dinging. No. Get rid of that signal. Stupid train. Oh no, you're not going. No. You're gonna wait on this side. Stupid train. Yes, bad picky. It was 2 chain signals. It should have never been able to move out, but somehow it decided, oh no, I can, and then stop again. Very bad. Loan amount versus borrowed is still looking bad. But maybe the wood price keeps going up and we're gonna be fine. The gravel price didn't go up anymore. Oh, it went down and went back up, okay. Wood price is looking acceptable. What about the board price? Is that climbing equally? Yes. Okay. I love this janky railroad so much. One more construction task and we're there. And we have to build this piece, and after that we can build the passing lane, I guess, if we want it. I mean, we can't see much of our settlements with a low angle camera, because it's all forest. Let's not run out of money. It's not a good sign. Der Wald der Schweinchen. Forest of the Piggies. Come on, construction train. Our construction train is faster than our transportation trains, and that is so unusual. The construction train doesn't block anything. It's getting blocked by the transportation trains. Can't believe I'm like, most of the signals are all set up correctly. It's just working. The magic of signals. And the magic of not setting signals on all of this. Only one train allowed for most of it. Unless there's a train going past here, then this train could already move through. But the game will decide that automatically. That should finish the construction. Then this one, and then maybe start that. But we'll see how it goes with this setup for now. We can run more exports. We're not producing a lot more than our train can handle, just a little bit. And I think with like making the route a little bit more efficient, by letting the board train go as soon as the wood train goes past the signal here, it's gonna work better, I think. We should be able to store both wood trains in this site. It's not really a siding, but on this track. And then we'll have to set up waypoints to make sure they use the correct path. This looks really nice. I think if the map didn't have that many trees, it would look not that great. Like it's all trees or all rough hills, but if it was like this, snow everywhere, it wouldn't be as attractive. So it's a really nice balance. We do have to wait for the second section to be built before we change the signals and the route. Oh, refueling? No. We went to the customs house to, I don't know, export extra? Didn't look like it. I guess we'll set you to wait until unloaded. Because I think those wood trains still go to the customs house. But then we need a second train track through here. Otherwise the trains could get stuck. You're fine. Stop complaining. Alright. So this signal, I guess we don't... Well, we should leave it here for now. 300 meters. Like just planning about here. And then, do we have enough room for another 300 meter track for, train for here? These are probably not going to be 300 meters. It's not enough for a second one, so we're going to have to compromise. But I think this is it fine? Weird workers ain't willing to walk a 3-kilometer long tunnel. Yeah, it's so strange. I guess we're gonna go for 260 meters. That is enough. One construction task and we're done. Got one in your city and it's busier than you think. I mean, if it has ventilation, if it has a way to cycle the air through the tunnel, it's probably going to be a lot more comfortable than the tunnels we have in game, which are just stagnant air and just the moving vehicles pull the air through. So if you have like people walking through it and there's no car going through it, they would just suffocate at some point. Or of course the cars going through it would like poison them with carbon dioxide or monoxide because of our air filter policy. If you can't see it, it's not deadly. Oh yeah, you have extra wood here. Okay. Oh, sawmill isn't keeping up. Ugh. It's too much wood. Need more prisoners. We need fewer prisoner escapes as well. "87 prisoners, plus the ones..." Wait, is that a milestone? Is that 100 prisoners? Yes, we have 112 prisoners. A milestone. I think I'm gonna set up another prison bus to go to the sawmill from... I mean, like, just this prison. Like, see, roll the dice, see if we get any workers, and go to the prison, the sawmill. I did not expect to be expanding this that much, to be honest. Fillingstalltunnelen. It's the emergency escape tunnel for the light rail that's got built in a way that it can be used year-round for pedestrians and cyclists. Ah, okay. So emergency tunnel converted for public use. But it is still an emergency tunnel, I guess. Okay, looks like rail construction is done. Only this way is allowed on that section of track. Yeah, sorry. It's fine. That means we get... Oh, you're dinging this again. You're dinging this again. Go to the customs house. Ignore red. We're gonna move the signal now, because this is gonna kill us, basically. I don't like it. The train keeps inching forward when it thinks it can, like, move. And then everyone dies. Because we won't have workers in the heating plant. When it's minus 35 degrees outside. We lost people already. I hate it. Well, we might be okay. Might have just caught it. But it's not going to be fun for the doctors. Is this new peak population? Yes. What about this area? This one's fine. I guess over here we didn't run the heating plant, so it didn't jump in. We'll run this at 1 worker. I guess we could run it at 2 workers. Okay, so wooden train after loading, board storage. Yeah, I guess you can't go to the customs house anymore. You're gonna wait until unloaded and then go through this waypoint. No more customs house. And now we need the passing lane. When the export train wants to export and the wooden trains want to return, they need to be able to go past each other. Wait, vehicle oh yeah, the prison bus, right. I thought there was an automatic vehicle replacement. Scared me a little bit. It has stabilized. Okay, more workers, sure. More workers, more workers. The meat acting as an early warning system is kind of useful, because it runs out so quickly when the shopping center gets overloaded. It's not like it's full and then it runs out. They can't restock it at 0.3 tons running down, and then it will run out really quickly, giving you a nice little early warning that, hey, you don't have enough sellers here. If I were delivering meat directly into the building, I wouldn't get a message whatsoever. So I like this combo of like grocer with refrigerated storage. And I think in the future, for larger settlements, I would double this up. So 2 grocers, 1 refrigerated storage. I think that makes a lot of sense. Even for large cities like Mega City 1, this could be really neat. I should have put down some signals, I guess. Sorry, train. We are going to change your task. There will be signals on this. There we go. Because that way, once it has built past the signal, the other trains can move past it. And it won't block everything during the construction. Once we get to that point. Do I have a food truck for the orphanage? Because that one also has 2 unloading stations, if I remember correctly. I guess you will go to the orphanage first. Sorry, prison. Then orphanage. Wait until unloaded here. That's gonna be fine. Does multiple siding work? Do you have to reset the signals in between? Does orphanage have factory connections? No, they're not that grim. Yet. Oh, you mean factory connections for delivering food? I thought you meant like optimizing the route of like making a factory connection between the orphanage and the prison and giving the prison a factory connection. You can have multiple sidings. We could have multiple if you want. We're going to set them up in a way where they are going to be 1 direction each. Just thinking for storage, yeah. No, they don't have that, unfortunately. Why did you move? There was no room. Always causing traffic jams. Reminding me of why you shouldn't build train tracks over active, important road lines. Well, road lines. Roads. This will speed up rail traffic, not just for opposing rail traffic, but also traffic going the same direction. Because as soon as the train leaves the siding, it is open for another train to go the same direction. So we basically double our throughput with this. And then you put siding after siding and you connect all of them and boom, you have double tracks. Yeah, 2 tracks going opposite direction. But that's not what we're going to set up. We're just going to have passing lanes every now and then, where a lot of rail traffic is expected. Is it feasible to build a wooden bridge to cross the rail for non-intensive transport, time-sensitive transport? We don't have wooden rail bridges. They do not have that. But for pick locomotives, wooden rail bridges would be kind of fun, yeah. I would still have to slow down to 20 or so. Car bridges. I mean, I already built one. I haven't done anything with it yet, but I already built a wooden bridge. And we're gonna build a train track for, I don't know. We can't deliver prisoners by train, unfortunately. Imagine prisoner train cars going through the nation and collecting all the prisoners to send them to a chemical plant because it has a rail connection built in. We'll need 2 construction tasks to finish this. Work camp. No, no. They're all there voluntarily. After the siding is built, we'll have to build one of these and then make a long lumber train, I think. Oh, we had a profit last month. Look at that. Maybe the game is taking pity on us and making wood really, really expensive. Yeah, vocational training in prison complexes to get them ready for when they are released makes a lot of sense. Waiting until unloaded. There we go. Need more workers. I actually need more workers. Boards are becoming our main export. Right now it could happen that the other wooden train arrives and blocks this entranceway for us. So I guess in the meantime I might have to set up a second signal. Just to allow normal train traffic. Internal postal services. I mean, low security prisoners, there are still people. You might go to prison because you did something that was bad, that was not intentional. How many train cars does this thing load? It seems like either... wait. So it loads 5. And then 1, probably 3 at the same time. So we can optimize this by getting 2 more train cars attached. But I am planning for a long train. We'll have to optimize it. Like tax for it. Yeah, no one gets hurt. Summer camp with walls? No, it's not. You're still robbing people of their freedom to do whatever they want. They're going through a schedule. And then they have the option to better themselves. Prison doesn't mean you get punished physically, like torture. Prison means you are not allowed to do what you want. Just like summer camp. Oh my god, yes, I guess. Rehabilitation. Is that a Mortal Kombat move? Rehabilitation. I guess it actually is, now that I think about it. I think they have that as a move. I don't think they do. Oh, profits! Profits! We've seen the Messiah, it's our prophet. Now we need to make it more efficient, which we are working on right now. Passing track is almost... It should be doable in one extra construction task. And then our export train will be more efficient, and if it's still not enough we can attach more train cars to it. But we would have to set up the long part of the customs house. The long train part. Still, they still do have the sign, don't pick up hitchhikers on the road near it. It makes sense, I mean, it's precaution. They don't post guards with guns and stuff, they just say, hey, it's better not to pick someone up, like, stay safe. It sucks for the hitchhiker who might get lost and needs someone to pick them up, but what can you do? There we go. Happiness is recovering after that heating incident. But now it shouldn't happen anymore because we changed this train setup. They do lose people every once in a while and ask them to come back if they get a permission slip to do an errand. Okay. Well, if they get caught again, which presumably happens more often than not, then the goodwill might be gone. And we're not going for 100% punishment rate, we're going for a high rehabilitation rate with low danger to the people around. We're not trying to rehabilitate if it doesn't look like it's gonna work, I guess. $15.4k rubles. Is our distribution office still allowed to import fuel if our storage runs out? Yes, it is. Okay. Just making sure. Need to increase the lower criminality stat. Yeah, lock them up for 25 years so they can rehabilitate in a automotive license plate stamping factory. So here we will need, what do we need? Chain signal, outbound. We could split these in half to allow for short trains, I think. So chain signal, regular signal, regular signal. And then we would have the option for 2 short trains or 1 long train. I guess 300 meters works quite well with the 150 meter limit for short trains. Oh, this man smart. That train's smart enough to be able to use that. I mean, they should. No, they won't be. Because if there's a short train waiting here, a long train would also move in. That doesn't work. Never mind. Can we have one of them set to chain so longer train can also use it? I'm thinking about it right now. Are you doing the fuel distribution that references other distribution offices? Not yet. We don't have distribution offices researched. I wanted to do that with the next research, but it's not going to happen. I want automatic tree replanting first, because that's our money-making industry. And after that, probably distribution offices. How long trains are you designing your network around? 300 meters. I'm not going to go 450 meter long pig trains unless we find another customs house to work with. Or we do a rework of this area, but that would mean tearing everything up to fit 450 meter long trains in here. I think I misplanned this anyway. I totally misplanned this. I calculated for 300 meters, but this is not for 300 meters, this is 480 meters, because the train has to fit in this area already. So actually we're not going to plan for long trains. At least not here. Why did you not say anything, Mega Monkey? I'm blaming you. So what we'll probably do is... I don't know. Maybe the old style of like a waiting yard, but I don't know. The next customs house is not that close. There's one down here, and there's one down here. No other customs house nearby. We have a western one on that side, but it's also quite far away. So this is what we have to work with. A little bit far. Can fit in one siding, that's very wiggly. Once we relocate the gravel processing, we can have the long trains go this way, I guess. And then loop around. It's gonna be super weird. But then we can even go for 450 meter long trains, but we have to set up gravel processing somewhere else first. Not all hope is lost. I mean, all of this can be changed. Once we have another depot and refueling station, all of this can be moved, basically. It's just set up the way it is right now. And reworking things was like part of the plan. Wait for the other train to move off of that network section, I guess. Rail bridges are also a solution? No, not really. I mean, I want to have the long trains as close as possible to the customs house, so I minimize the time for moving in and out. That is the idea. I can have a waiting yard here and then bridge across, and it would just be horrible, I think. Please ignore and build. Okay, where is our boards train? Not you. Where is it? This one. Need to tell this one to use only this line and never go up here. So from the storage, signal, customs house, signal, and then storage. That will be the solution for that. I think it should have the resources necessary to finish that construction task. I hope. It does not. Never mind. I need another prison bus. Need to send more prisoners to the sawmill. I'm actually gonna buy 2. The sawmill is that important. Once we have the large prison next to the brick factory, that would change. Yeah, Kayopol prison, sawmill. Oh, that's the different woodcutting posts. I am looking for you. Direct route. And I guess we're not going to use line spacing, just as many workers as possible. Sawmill, waypoint, customs house, waypoint, and then it should never use the other section of track in the logging area. And these ones already have a waypoint, and there's only one way to return track through this area anyway. So now this should be set up correctly. Can't make the train much longer except for one additional train car if we wanted to. Let's see how it does first. But yeah, for the long trains I guess we'll have to wait. Ah, that's such a silly mistake. Rook. It happens, I guess. Thankfully I didn't build it and then find out, so we still haven't done any demolition, rail demolition. We just removed the plan, that's all. Plans change. And if we had another passing track here, it would be even faster, but let's not go crazy. Let's just enjoy the fact that we might be getting money now. This year, exports 96,000, imports 71,000. Yeah. Profit so far. We're still losing money because of the loan repayments, but it's fine. We're having a steady profit month after month. Then next time we just have to, we can refresh the loan later, and then at some point we have it paid off. That's the spirit. Yes. It is necessary to make trails like closed loops. The train can't run automatically. You don't need to make closed loops. I just think it looks better. And for our rail traffic it makes more sense. So we can use this for waiting basically. All the trains go through this area. And we have some extra waiting lanes once we have more trains in the area. Like if we get more trains delivering wood to the location. I'm not sure if that's going to happen because the sawmill is already struggling. But that might be due to winter. $13,900 still. It's just that the export is running more efficiently now, more constant, so I think it's working. Does the sawmill have a morale then in you? No, it doesn't. Because there's only prisoners in there, and we don't care about the morale of prisoners. No morale in. So one more train car would be doable. I could run 2 export trains for lumber. I would have to build more train tracks next to the sawmill. I think we're keeping up now though. This is going down. It might go up again once winter is over and the prisoner deliveries are getting sped up a bit. That is a possibility. This is a lot of wood already. This is... yeah, more prisoners I guess would be necessary. Large prison, 3 extra dedicated vehicles to send workers to the sawmill, and we might be able to run it at 20 workers. And the extra ones could go into the brick factory after. Or the gravel quarry, stone quarry. It's looking pretty good right now. I think we're finally making a profit. I think it's happening. We did borrow a lot of money, but the rail network now seems to be efficient enough to actually give off a profit. If this keeps going that way, then yeah, next time further expansion, next settlement. We're over 10% of the way there, 20,000 people. Only with prison labor for export. We have to build 10 times that what we have already built. Which isn't actually that much now that I come to think of it, but we have to build, well, I guess we have to build 20 villages, right? Happiness a bit low again. It dropped to 56 when the heating plant didn't receive workers, and it is trending back up, so it is okay. We did recover from another incident where a train blocked the worker deliveries of our large heating plant, but that is not happening anymore. Maybe next time we should also start setting up a scrapyard. It's not going to be important necessarily, but I would also like to have the ability to replace vehicles and not have to like spend money to get rid of them. But if I want to export the resources that come out of that, I will have to use prisoners for that as well. Metal scrap and the like. Otherwise I will have to deal with the metal scrap another way, I think. I didn't think about like waste industries, I guess. Yeah, I don't think we need another board train just yet. Having 2 wood trains is good. This is never full. The trucks are still struggling to keep up with this, which I guess the distribution office can help with again. No more board imports. Our rail construction boards have to come from our own storage, please. We don't import wood. Wood transportation only from one storage to the other, which they can go in and do now. Help our truck route out a little bit during winter. Yeah, I think I'm going to put a cut in here for today. It was a good recovery with the heating plant. Our settlements are now stable. They have a large heating plant that they share, and each one has a small heating plant to fine adjust during the very cold time. Because it's better to not freeze than to, well, it's better to like have a little bit of pollution than to freeze to death, and then the large heating plant would also shut down due to lack of efficiency. So, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. We will be raiding to Steffen, who's currently playing Crusader Kings, I think. Let me take a look if he's still playing. I think he's playing multiplayer. If you are interested in some multiplayer Victoria 3, stick around. He does have English in his stream tags, so can't complain about me rating him. He will talk English if you have a question. If not, that is fine too. I wish you a good rest to your Tuesday afternoon, evening, wherever you are. Take care, everyone. All the best. And as always, maybe I'll see you next time.